Hello, everybody. Welcome. Good to see you, Ghidorah. Good to see you, Zelos. Good to see you, Comet. Nice to have all of the regulars here. Let's load up a game real quick before I get this whole VOD struck, because that particular theme is apparently a no-no for YouTube. All right. One moment. Sorry, as usual, it's just been disaster after disaster today. But these are things that happen. It's just, oh man. Had a meeting today with, like, financial planner type people, and they were like, did you know that, like, your accountant extremely fucked up your taxes? So we've been just kind of dealing with that all day. And it's like, oh, we did not, but thank you. So, paying back those taxes. It should be easy to fix, we hope, but it's obnoxious. It's not like a huge surprise, because it was one of those things where we ended up with returns and being like, man, I'm getting money back? That's strange. I didn't think I'd be getting money back this year. Or at least, like, not that much. Like, I got a decent return, and I was like, huh, thought that we had it a little closer. We did. But, you know, we'll make it work. We won't be in any trouble, I hope for it. If we are, well, I guess that's when we yell at our accountant. But it sounded like they were willing to fix it and it wouldn't be too big of a problem. But it just, another one of those things that takes up a bit of the day. All right. Moving on. That was not a good idea. So used to doing that. Forgetting that my finger is not great. Moving on, we've got Geneforge Part 4 here. For those that aren't familiar with Geneforge, the story so far, really quickly, I'll recap what we have done if you haven't seen the full list of videos. They're all up on YouTube. I'm keeping a playlist of this, and essentially what's happened so far is we are Shapers, a collection of wizards, society of wizards that are essentially considered gods by most of the rest of the world, because they are biomancers, essentially. They can create and modify life, not entirely at will, but through magic. And so they create life forms to serve them. Slight ethical problem, which we might be getting into, maybe. The story so far is we're an apprentice shaper, and we are following around our, like, kind of tutor, Shanty, an agent of the Shapers, whose current mission is to go to this remote, like, experimental kind of village that they have in the Dry Peak Mountains to try and make them habitable, because they're not. And when we get there, we're supposed to talk to two Shapers that are leading the outfit, Zachary and Barzal. And we find Zachary, and he says that Barzal is dead. Shanty doesn't believe him, and the whole kind of area is really run down in a way that is not acceptable to Shapers, because they have very strict rules around everything. And so she's like, alright, we need to figure out what the hell's going on. So we're kind of investigating that. We found out that there's a lot of weirdness to the northwest in the mountains. And now we found serviles, which are, I mean, let's just say it, a, like, crafted slave race. That it, like, often tills fields and does, like, menial work for the Shapers. in the northwest, they came and attacked us, which never happens. And they have essentially, it seems, maybe gotten their own society together somehow. So we're kind of figuring out what's going on there. They went to attack us. We intimidated them instead so that we didn't have to do any actual fighting. And that's one of the cool things about this game, is that it has a lot of ways out of problems that are not just combat, and there's also a lot of combat ways to solve things. There's just like a very open kind of system here. Now we've gone past those serviles, and we're looking in the tunnel in the mountains. So this long mine tunnel went abandoned for a long time. It is in use now. Someone went to great effort to keep you from investigating. The floor is solid stone. Before the mine was originally abandoned, paths were worn smooth by many generations of servile laborers. The tracks have been repaired for easy transport of materials, and a nearby cart looks new. The floor is covered with a thin scattering of dust and mold. Not many creatures have been through here recently. You grimly suspect that if you are to find what has been going on in these peaks, and what happened to Barzal, the answer lies in the darkness ahead. Curious the consequences of that intimidation will be. Yeah, that's one of the fun things about this game. I'm going to turn the camera off. We don't really need it. Is that, or at least Geneforge 1, was how much you can actually shape a lot of the world around you, which is, it's neat. Some really cool stuff going on there. Okay. Some hammers on the ground. No secret there. Alright. What we've got in here? Anything on the ground? Just some garbage. More garbage. And extra garbage. Alright. You notice a single pair of footprints in the dust on the floor. Human footprints, wearing boots. Someone traveled through here just ahead of you. As you examine the tracks, you hear someone walking toward you from the north. Clumsy, loud footsteps, without the slightest attempt at stealth. CRPG, interesting. Is this older or newer? Both. This is a very, very recent remake. It's about a month old. From Spiderweb Software, who is an indie dev. The original version of this game would have been about 2002? But it's mostly it's Jeff Vogel, I believe, is the dev. It's not entirely single-person dev, but pretty close. A Thad suddenly lurches at you out of the shadows. It is not a rogue. It is very fresh. In fact, it's hastily made. It was created to serve for a short time and then just sort of fall apart. When it stumbles out of the shadows, you see that it has something in its hand. It takes a good look at you. Then it makes a gurgling noise and lurches towards you, trying to hand you the object. It's a scroll. Oh, look at the scroll. You unroll the scroll, wipe off some of the moisture, and read it. Apprentice, I had little time to leave this messenger. I slipped by the guards outside. It is now clear that Shaper Zachary has been hiding something up here. That sneak. I'll proceed and see what I find. You must do the same. You've adequately completed all the tasks I have given you. You're approaching competence. You'll find Barzal and get a lot of answers. Good luck. We need to meet up in the higher peaks and make plans as soon as possible. Agent Shanty, Envoy of the Council. Remake's always much more welcome in your camp, but it was non-existent when some of the great CRPGs were made. Yeah, fair enough. This one, I haven't played, obviously, through Geneforge 2 yet. This is my first playthrough of this, and we're I'm guessing still quite early in the game. Geneforge 1, though, was a request from a bunch of subs and patrons and stuff in my channel a year or two ago. Yeah, about 2 years ago, because I think it was December 2022 that we were doing it. We finished it up. And that game is incredible. One of the best CRPGs that I've played. So I highly recommend checking out that one also. It's called Mutagen. Geneforge 1 Mutagen is the remake. They added on like extra titles to the remakes. So originally it was just Geneforge 1, Geneforge 2, Geneforge 3, Geneforge 4. I believe that there's 4 in the series. But Geneforge 1 became Geneforge 1 Infestation, or Mutagen, and this one, Geneforge 2 Infestation. So, I would recommend looking at that. They're not super expensive either, they're like 20 bucks. This one went on sale already on the Steam Summer Sale, so like, really well worth it. There are 5 Geneforge games. Okay, fair enough. This chamber is a supply depot, where parties unknown have spent some time sneaking in supplies. From here, they were put into carts and rolled into the darkness. To where, you aren't sure. Though this complex has been abandoned, it is not without defenses. To the north, you can see a mine. Mines are one of the Shaper's most useful inventions. They're mindless, immobile creations packed with essence. They tend to detect nearby Shapers, and then explode. Some mines can't be removed safely. Other mines, like these, can be disarmed by a Shaper skilled in mechanics. Failure, however, can be disastrous. Yeah, I heard that only 1 to 3 were the ones that they were really looking to remake, because then like 4 and 5 had gotten, they were recent enough that it didn't seem like it was going to be a huge difference as a remake. You love them, and like most people, Divinity Original Sin 2 is what opened you up to CRPGs. Kind of hard to watch though unless you got 150 hours on hand. This one's, yeah, this one's not going to take that long. Okay, whew. I'd hope not. Last one took us about a dozen sessions. From the opening paragraph of the Wikipedia article in the Geneforge series, as with all Spiderweb software titles, graphics and sound are limited because they are not the main focus of the game. I mean, yeah, fair. Dude's a single dev. Like, single person dev, what are you supposed to do? There's not exactly a lot of budget for these things. Oh, no. Ah, so we had forced this person, we had kind of intimidated them into helping us as part of our party. But she's breaking a lot of rules of another Shaper by doing it, Scout Zora. Zora decides that she has had enough. Shaper, you really should not be exploring this place. Zachary warned us about this area. Nobody is supposed to come here. It's too dangerous. You can kill yourself if you want, but I have to turn back. I hope you'll do the same. You don't see any reason to force her to stay. You thank her for her company, and she turns and flees. Well, that's less than stellar. Good thing we leveled up all of our mechanics, huh? Being able to disarm these mines is real nice. Rather than having to find another way around. Shaper equipment. Okay, those are worth money. What are white mines? Huh. In the first game, there was only the red mines. I don't know what the other ones are. Some ammo. Yeah, a bunch of garbage. Alright. Keep quick saving every once in a while here. Disarming these piecemeal is a little scary, because if I click wrong, it'll almost certainly annihilate our entire team. What is the story so far? You don't mind spoilers. I kind of talked about it at the beginning, but I'll try and go through very briefly just for you, Joshua. Thanks for stopping by the YouTube. The story so far, there's a lot of world building so far more than stories itself. We are a shaper, which is, or apprentice shaper rather. The Shapers being a society of wizards that have set themselves up essentially as gods. Everybody is terrified of them. And they rule with an iron fist because they've discovered they can use their magic to manipulate life. And what I mean by that is they basically do biomancy. Our party, when we want to have a party, for the most part, right? We're a wizard, so I'm very much like a caster class, and I cannot be on the front line. So I'm like, well, I need somebody to be on the front line for me. Alright, well, let's make a Thad. Obviously, we're going to name it Gene, because we're forging genes, right? And quite literally, that's what you do. So they actually have the ability, as Shapers, to create servants and monsters and stuff to work for them. And they manipulate the very fabric of life. With that, we are, like I said, an apprentice. So our teacher, an agent named Shanty, is taking us around on kind of like our final tour of missions before we become a full Shaper. And our mission currently was to go to this remote location, this like settlement they had in the Dry Peak Mountains, which is basically a very inhospitable area, and they were trying to make it livable and having a lot of trouble with it. So we wanted to check in with the Shapers that were heading the area, Shaper Zachary and Shaper Barzal. When we got here, everything was in a horrible disarray, and that's essentially illegal. They are extremely strict as a society, like I said, so they're upset. Our master was very upset that this was such a mess, and we went and talked to Zachary, and he goes, well, Barzal's dead. But there's a lot of things that happen that make us think that that's not true. And he's been kind of tailing our master and following her. She's got all these guards around her constantly that are preventing her from, like, looking into it any deeper. But because I'm an apprentice, I can just go out and examine things. So that was one of the cool things about the first game also, is that it gives you a main story quest that is almost certainly the end of your quest. Like, the last thing that you need to do right at the beginning. It's like, alright, this is what you need to do. Alright, go figure it out. The first one, you crash on an island that is a barred to all Shapers, because it was a place where experiments were done, and something went wrong with the experiments, and then they locked it off. And then the main quest came up and it said, hey, find a way out. And that's it. That was the entirety of the game. And there's like 100 different ways that you can find to get off the island. You can solve none of the island's mysteries and figure out what's going on there. You can solve all of them. You can, like, interact with all the people that are left on the island. You can do tons of things. It's really neat. Okay. Awesome. Not amazing there. Could something interesting happen like Barzal getting biomanced into a cheetah like I made? Yeah, these thafts, as they're called. It's very possible for something like that to happen. I doubt that it'll have happened to Barzal, because Barzal is also a shaper. So Barzal should be a very powerful figure. Like, extremely so. Again, most of the world worships your society as literal gods, because you can change life itself when you get to master the magic. So that is certainly possible. We've seen some things that are like that. Currently in this story, we've been going around trying to find out what happened to Barzal, and one of the things that there is in the mountains northwest, everybody was talking about there being rogues, so creations like the ones that we've made, but that are now masterless in a way. And they are, by law, meant to be destroyed, and they can be really dangerous. And they were, like, pouring out of the mountains, and there's a lot of, like, illegal creations and things going on, so there's something weird going on to the northwest. We went to this area, and we found serviles, which are normally laborers that have been created by the Shapers, that have essentially rebelled and, like, formed their own society and threatened to attack us. And then we managed to intimidate them and get out of that bad outcome, but now we're kind of following them, seeing what'll happen there. So that's kind of where we're at currently. Oh yeah, no, it's very possible. It definitely seems like Zachary is lying about Barzal. Whether he's responsible for Barzal's problem, hard to know, but I'm guessing that, like, that's kind of the implication so far, is that Zachary is... I mean, Zachary's hiding something, so it seems like Zachary's probably up to no good. Hard to know 100%, but it seems like that's the case. Let's move there. Yeah, when I say that the Shapers can shape life and they're essentially gods, I'll show you an example of what I mean. And one of the things that... Oh, God, there's another turret there. One of the things that really sold me on Geneforge 1, that I always use it as an example because I just loved it. Let's finish this fight. We're doing pretty okay. Go 7. Allow us to still heal. Gotta keep our guys healthy, because otherwise they will run away scared. Lose control of our own creations. So, like, a lot of the game, like I said, is the world building. So, for example, instead of things like lockpicks or toolkits to mess with machinery in the game or unlock doors, you get living tools. So they're living organisms that they shape to do a task and then die. Little tentacles. One of the things that really blew me away is there's a lot of doors that we'll find. There have been less in this game, actually. But we'll find doors that are just like, they look like this stone, but they're just a little discolored. And when you walk up to them, they go, and they move down. And I always thought in the first game for a little while that was just a thing of convenience. You know, don't make people open all the doors. They just walk to them and then the doors open. That's nice. You know, don't have to actually do all of the work. That's not what it was, because I walked up to one of them, or I mean, like, it kind of is. I'm sure that's part of it, but there was a lore reason for it too, which was neat. And I walked up to a door, and it wouldn't open. And I'm sitting there going like, well, what the hell? What do I do here? And eventually I found a description of that door, and it said, sorry, this door has died. And it talks about how the doors are actually vines that are interwoven among a bunch of stones. And so they're living organisms that will detect shapers. And when you walk up to it, they will part for you, which is both creepy as hell and also really neat. Nice, get a little healing there. Ooh, that's a little bit of a scary encounter. Those are roamers, which are a bigger problem. And it could go out this way. We did go through the mine area. Like, we know that disarming these was our way around this combat. I just like doing both sides because I like seeing everything in these games. That's a door you need at home. Where do you sign up? Well, consider the ethical implications of creating things that die just to open doors for you. Imagine giving life to things. That's a lot of what this series so far has dealt in, is just like all of the wild and weird ethics and stuff that come from doing this kind of thing. And a lot of the shapers, they have a lot of rules, and a lot of it is, like, really awful rules. But then some of it, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I can see why they wouldn't want this to just be, you know, out there in the world. And the idea is, a lot of the times, they're very terrified of what you said, like taking an actual human and then modifying them, which is extremely illegal. You're allowed to modify, like, inert organic matter into being, but generally not change, like, actual sentient things themselves. Can you biomance yourself? I will be quiet about that for about a minute and a half, because we're going to get the answer to that very soon. I know exactly what's going on screen here because of Geneforge 1. That is a major plot point, almost certainly, in this game that I can now see coming up. Someone left a hastily written note on this old chest. Unexamined magic item. Perhaps unfinished. Infused with essence. Needs analysis. Give to Stannis for examination in Radiant College. The note is unsigned and probably unread. Sure. Helix ring. Oh boy. I remember these in the last one, if I remember correctly. I thought that we found one last time that was really powerful. So generally, biomancing yourself is extremely illegal. But we'll see some things here. The exit from the tunnel is just ahead. You can smell fresh air and flowers? These barren mountains shouldn't have any flora like that. Then you are distracted by something even more off. Several cylindrical containers. They look like canisters with sides made of thick, carefully carved crystal. Most have been broken and emptied, but one is still intact. Inside, you see a glowing fluid. It swirls about under its own power. It is, in its own way, alive. You've never seen anything quite like this before. Shapers do make pods of charged essence that can heal or aid the user. Perhaps this is something like that. There is a tiny metal needle at the top of the canister. If you rest your palm on it, the essence will emerge and energize you. Whether the effect will be good or bad, though, you have no idea. So can you biomance yourself? Yes. Are you allowed to biomance yourself? Fuck no. Should you? Questionable. That's going to be a plot point. Almost always there's like achievements in this game for not biomancing yourself. At least there was in the last one. There were like goals for doing a pacifist run where you just don't do combat at all. You can just never summon up a character. You can choose to biomance yourself or not. It seems broken if you make yourself even better. Well, and it has a lot of unintended consequences a lot of the time. They explain that a lot of this ability that the Shapers have is done through, like, a lot of experimentation. And to that I mean, they explain it at one point as, oh yeah, we figured out how to make, like, these Thads, these cheetah men, by getting, like, a bunch of organic goo together and bombarding it with magic as if it was like radiation and doing it in very specific ways over and over. And thousands and thousands and thousands of times, it would just melt it and do horrible monstrosity things to it, or all kinds of horrific, awful things would happen. But then eventually we accidentally made a cheetah man. And then we recorded exactly what we needed to do that and did it again. So doing it to yourself, there's a reason it's illegal. Not the best idea. And yeah, I wouldn't say that there's an inborn trait that you would have for shaping. It seems like it is a... They talk about it as being an extremely closely guarded secret and requires decades of study to get. Yeah, I'm gonna shape myself. I just gotta. You feel woozy and stumble about a bit. The stuff in that canister did something to you. Something very strange. The stuff didn't heal or revive you like a pod might. Instead, it changed you. It soaked into your skin and rewrote some of your very being, making you stronger. You feel new knowledge within yourself. However, it is not in your mind where it should be. It's woven into your body, an innate part of you ready to be called forth. It's a strange and exhilarating feeling. You feel a powerful craving to find more of the canisters and see what they do. At the same time, you are afraid. What has been done to you? And why do you feel such compulsion to have it happen again? Now, Ilya and I have a crazy question, and I don't know if the game explains it. But what you create if they are like Cheetah Man? They have a soul / forms of intelligence, like thoughts or speech. That is a large part of the plot. Yes, that is a huge portion of what the conversation that this game is going to want to entice out of you is, which is why I loved it. It's super interesting because it gets into all of those weeds. Absolutely. Those are questions that you will constantly be asking yourself throughout this entire game and series. Damn, I'm sold. It might be a purchase. Yes, that is... You are literally getting at the entire core of this series and this game. And also, a lot of, like, the question that we just had with that exact thing that we did, shaping ourselves. How much of yourself can you change before you're no longer yourself? Is another question that you will definitely come up with, right? Like, they deal with a lot of that. What is... It was a spine core bud. What the hell is a spine core bud? Oh, boy. And it's a spine... Spin? Yeah, no, spine core. Huh. They say he's a bud, but he's no bud of mine. Regrowth! Wait, hold up. What? Okay, I'm guessing we have to kill this thing. Gotcha. Yeah. Unfortunately, if you are in... Oh, not end combat. If you're in the, like, 1 square radius around things, they will stop you from leaving. So there's a lot of tactics involved in some of the combat here, which is great. Oh, and now we still have to kill the buds. I'm not going more south, because that's going to get that roamer in there, too. That seems like a bad time for us. Let's move forward a bit so I can shoot other things as they come up. Heal you before you get too scared. Oh, nice. Ow. Yeah, thanks for asking all those questions, Joshua. I certainly don't mind answer. Ooh, uh-oh. One of our creations does not like us so much right now. Mild problem. They said if they get injured, you can lose control of them, which is never a great idea. Yeah, so this was just the alternate path. That being said, I love going down all the alternate paths in this game. How many teammates can you have? I believe 7. I think a full party is 8. A lot of it is limited by my essence, though, so that's kind of like level. You have 3 stats rather than just, like, health and magic. You also have essence. Essence is your creations kind of stuff. And also healing a lot of the time, because, of course, if you're going to have literal biomancer type people, the way that you heal is by manipulating their literal bodies, forcing their bones back together and such. Hot damn. That is rough. I'm really missing Scout Zora right now. I am not having any healing spores, damn. Well. Heal? You enjoy the style of game, don't know anything about Warhammer 40k, but you're currently playing Rogue Trader. I should probably have tried that one. I've heard good things. A lot of people really liked it. We are actually in a bit of trouble here, huh? Alright then. We are losing genes very quickly. I do not have any more healing for these. No more essence. Ow! I might make it out of this. Just using all of my healing on this one fight. Oh, good. God, the worst thing is I think this thing blows up when we kill it. Alright, we're good, though. Whew. Somehow, we have survived. Time for us to just take a brief break here. We're gonna go back to town. Oh my god. Yep, there's the map. We were seeing only this earlier. If we go back to town, it'll automatically heal us. And I guess we're summoning up some new genes. Make myself a good pair of jeans here. Oop. And yeah, we'll give it health again. Man, I'd really love one more thing in our party. Frontline, I guess I can do one more. I'm a little sad. Like I said, losing that scout. We're not going to have a lot of healing now is the thing. I like that trade-off always in this game, is how much it's like, oh, well, do you want to have more creations? Well, you're going to have a lot less healing. Rogue Trader, the story is solid, your choices feel weighty. Like, they matter a lot. You made it to a planet late and some bad things happened and people died based off of your choices to go and do something else. Yeah, this will have some similar things to that. There is a real openness to this. Alright, we never cleared out the entirety of the Crystal Caverns. That's alright. Let's just go to... What was this? Free Peak? Free Gate. You look around you, barely able to believe your eyes. What you are seeing should not exist. You see green grass, trees in the distance. You smell flowers and hear birds. Supposedly, these mountains were barren, and no shaper had succeeded in creating healthy life up here. This was a lie. It's also illegal. Someone in the high valleys has been doing shaping without the permission of the council. Major shaping, with many new life forms being released into the wild. This is one of the greatest crimes a shaper can commit. Even if the results seem beneficial, releasing new life forms can cause unforeseen and horrible harm. One mistake, one rapacious creature or new disease, and devastation can result. You feel sick. Something huge is happening, and the people responsible are powerful. Yet, as a shaper and representative of the council, it is your job to investigate and act, whatever the cost. 5,000 experience, sure. Steal the potted plant. What's going on here? Ooh, too complicated to be picked. Alright. Interesting. As bad as the situation seemed, it suddenly gets far, far worse. There's been a fight here, not long ago. The blood on the pathway is still damp. There's a broken necklace in the grass, a leather thong with several fangs hanging from it. It was snapped off someone's neck and crushed underfoot. You easily recognize it. You've seen it enough times. It was Shanty's. Shanty snuck out of Dry Peak and came here ahead of you. Then she was attacked. Your mission has become even more complicated. Now you will also have to rescue her. Worse and worse. I mean, we don't have to rescue our teacher. You get a strange feeling when you step through this gate. For the first time in your life, you are outside of Shaper lands. The incredible power of your people doesn't extend here. These peaks are wild, rogue. Beyond the gate, some serviles to the west are waiting to greet you. They have weapons drawn, and they are neither subservient nor stupid. Their strange, empty eyes shine with hatred. Their leader raises his blade and says, "We have been sent to meet you. Any Shaper who steps through the free gate is bound to judgment. Shaper, you are loyal to your kind and a risk to us. We are sorry, but you must die." So the serviles, since people were asking earlier about like how intelligent the creations that we make are, and whether or not they have souls and things like that, the serviles are the more intelligent / humanoid of the creations that people can make. For the most part, you cannot make serviles in these games, from what I've seen so far. But they are essentially like fully sentient beings. And often, they are just like tilling the fields, like being servants in houses, like things like that, doing all the cooking and cleaning and all the manual labor that the Shapers don't want to do. So as you can imagine, if they manage to break free of all of the control of the Shapers, they suddenly go, wait, what the fuck? Why am I suddenly I'm a slave here, right? And yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, they want to kill us. For good reason, I would say. Damn, I was hoping that we'd be able to intimidate them again. Maybe not. There's got to be a way around this, because there's always a pacifism option. It might be hard, but there's almost always a way to do it. Sadly, I'm defending myself here. Are they... So those ones aren't hostile. I'm gonna not kill this one, and I'm gonna go and see if this will, like, interrupt this. Yeah, there we go. Brodus Blade. The battle is joined by yet more armed serviles, wearing curved blades and dark robes. They run towards you. You start to worry. This many foes may make for a difficult fight. However, one of the dark-robed serviles, when he gets close, says, "Shaper, we come to help you! Attack!" Then he turns to face your assailants. Huh. Well, damn, I really didn't want to have to kill them, because I agree with their cause. Shapers are awful. We are certainly, to some extent, the baddies. Although I have been told that there is more information as... Oh, God. Oh, there's a bunch here, too. Oh, they came out of the building, of course. But I've been told that there's more lore that gets dropped as the series goes on. I'm not doing a whole lot of attacking now. Now that the battle is done, the leader of the small band of serviles walks up to you. He is small but very strong, and he wields his steel blade with confidence. He looks up at you confidently and, fortunately, without hatred. He says, "Welcome to the Freegate, Shaper. I am Brodus Blade. I have come here to protect you from ambush and to advise you. It is perilous here. If you continue to explore here in the improved regions, you should head north to Medab instead of west. Our leader, Learned Pinner, will give you a warmer greeting." Thanks for your help. Brodus Blade nods. "We can help more. All you need to do is listen to us. It is unusual for a Shaper to listen to serviles, yes, but this is an unusual land. In Medab, we can help. Do you need to know anything before I return to safety?" Who's this agent named Shanty? Brodus looks uncomfortable. "I do not know what has happened to your agent. Perhaps Learned Pinner can help you? She is in Medab." You think that he is lying. He knows something. I'm sorry, Shaper. I have my orders. I promise I don't have any good answers, but Learned Pinner may know what you need to know. First, you must come to Medab. I have a question for those that were around when we went through Geneforge 1. Am I correct in thinking that I remember Brodus Blade as a character in Geneforge 1? Because I feel like I remember a Brodus Blade. Shielding spores, that's really nice. And healing spores. Put those into junk. Sure. You had to check the wiki because you're bad at names. I was going to maybe do that myself, but I feel like I remember a Brodus. There is a Brodus Blade in Geneforge 1. Okay. That's very interesting. I kind of expected these to be wholly disconnected. Oh, shit. I feel bad attacking these. It's really not my goal. Well, there I go, murdering again. It's only just as an accident. Negligent homicide at best. I say, purposefully punching this person. Still full. Alright. Fair enough. So they said that Medab was to the west? Huh. I'm guessing follow these. You hear a sound coming from the woods to the west. It is a long, high-pitched squeal. It wasn't very clear, but it almost sounded like someone shouting, "Help!" Squib. You meet another armed servile. He keeps a lone vigil watching the barricade, a short blade hanging from his belt. The appearance of a shaper understandably terrifies him, but he manages to not run. He bows to you nervously. His hands don't move near his sword. In fact, he's trying to move as little as possible. He says, "Hello, Shaper. I'm Squib. I guard this barricade." Anybody pass through here? I haven't seen anyone, but I'm easy to pass. I'm alone and maybe not a very good guard. Oh, no. I'm sure there's lots of people that have gotten past me. I suck shit at this. Thanks, Squib. Why are you so scared? The rogues. They're in the woods. He points to the north. And the serviles from Rising. They would kill me. If I see them, I run and warn Medab. I must be fast. If they catch me before I get there, I die. So why are you here? I'm here to watch the barricade. I run and warn Medab if anything from Rising comes to attack. It is very dangerous to the south and west, much more than the north. You have to be very careful that way. Did you not notice the serviles that came to attack me? I didn't, I swear. I'm easy to sneak past. I'm alone. I do spend a lot of time in the bushes, though, sleeping and hiding. They might have snuck by. What is Medab? A town of free serviles, home of the awakened, well protected. You'll be welcome there. Who gave you serviles permission to arm yourselves? He is genuinely confused. Permission? We were attacked. No shapers were here. We defended ourselves. All living creatures are allowed to defend themselves. Not according to shapers, which is, again, part of the conflict. Alright, so the awakened. God, I didn't think we were going to get awakened obeyers and takers in the same way. These were factions in the first game. There is a war in these mountains. It's shameful. We have a place to be free, and we use it to tear ourselves apart. In Medab, Learned Pinner can tell you the whole story. Heth west and Rising... Wait. Both are west. Huh. It'd be interesting to play this, like, strictly by Shaper Law to the letter. Yes, like, play it as if you were an average Shaper and see where the story went. Yes. And it would be some terrible feels. Oh, absolutely. Clawbug Canyon. Oh, I hate the sound of that. I just want to see what's beyond each of these. And Experimental Valley. That doesn't sound a whole lot better. See, I remember from the last game... the awakened obeyers and takers are essentially The Awakened are... Oh god, there's a lot of flesh. The Awakened are serviles who are kinda... Oh god, it's hard to explain. I'd almost say, like, they're a middle ground. They don't hate all Shapers. They want to work with Shapers to get serviles freed and, like, change Shaper society. The Takers are ones that are like, yo, fuck this, we're gonna kill all the Shapers. They deserve it. They created us and then essentially abandoned us and abused us, and they deserve it. Which, yeah, kind of agree. Yeah, Awakened fundamentally believe that serviles should be equal to humans. And that humans should be equal to each other, magic or not. Exactly, yeah. Because the Shapers put themselves even above other humans. And then the Obeyers are like, no. The Shapers are gods. We are their lowly servants. Oh boy. Well, I'm not in love with this situation. Oh, good. Terrifying. I mean, at least that'll make me run. If I'm not just straight fucking dead. Oh my god, more. This is a rough fight. Yeah, in the last game I was very on side of the Shapers. Or on the Shapers, of the Takers. Kind of difficult to imagine an ethical playthrough that isn't on the side of the Takers in my mind. Stop terrifying me. The Awakened are not wrong in their own way. Their methodology is a bit overly optimistic. Yeah, they are not dealing in a practical world. Like, it's pretty obvious very quickly on that, like, yeah, these Shapers are not gonna just let serviles be just because they ask nicely. Ow. Uh-oh. Oh, come on. Something. That one's not dead. Wow. Got lucky there. How about that one? We can. Well. Oh, God. Oh, damn. Oh, that's so much progress there that we just lost. Oof. That was a long fight. Dang. Almost pulled that out. Bitter belt. Oh, hi. We got a boy. Hi, buddy. Oh, yeah. Don't step on the mouse. It's very nice. Don't. No, no, no. Oh, God. Yep, yep. Hi. Hey. Oh, that's very sweet. Thank you. Here, I need to turn on the light anyway. So we'll take like a 10-second break here. Come here. Hi, buddy. Hello. Oh, that's very nice. Do you want to come over? No? Just pets, please. Okay. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh. That's good. Don't do that. I know you love rubbing on the microphone. You just love rubbing on things. Hey? Okay. Oh, buddy. Yeah. Oh. Alright. Are you... No? Okay. Mandatory cat break for a minute. Desperate for attention. Yep. Sure am. Oh, yeah. Oh. Thank you. Oh, licking my elbow, yeah. Oh. You're a very lovey boy. Yeah, you go lay down. Good kitty. Alright, let's get back at it. Don't get mad at my hand being on the keyboard. I really do not want you slapping it. Yeah, I have a very bad finger, for those that don't know. The sign says Revival Chamber. There's an arrow pointing south. Revival Chamber. Okay. Healing area. Ow! Hey! No. No slapping at my hand. Don't slap my broken finger. Not a thing that it needs. He does this thing sometimes where he lays on the underneath the monitor at my desk, and he doesn't want to be touched, but he doesn't want me to touch the keyboard. He just wants me to sit and stare at him. And if I don't do that, then he does this. And slaps at whatever hand's closest to him using the keyboard, which is my left, which currently has the dislocated finger. Not ideal. But we love him. That sound. I want to help the thing that was hurt. Problem is there's so many of these Vlish in here. And Vlish are nasty. They're all mind control. Oh, fuck. Gives me an idea that the Shapers are not the best. What? Misclick. I was just trying to attack. I want something. Stun? Good. Good. Some healing going. Nice. Yeah, Shaper's not the best. Where did you hear that? We need to put you into re-education camps or absorption vats. Things that the Shapers canonically use. The good guys, our heroes, the Shapers. Yeah. Oh, I know. Come on. Oh, Jesus. Good news. 3 new enemies appear. And if you say, streamer, that doesn't seem like good news, you're right. It's not. Oh, God, and fourth one. Getting out of hand. It has gotten out of hand. Dang. Alright, so we can go to Medab. However, I did kind of want to... We never finished the Western Mines. We didn't finish the Crystal Caverns. So I kind of want to look at a few of these places. I'm going to go down here. Well, let's get some extra experience. We didn't pick up all the crystals. Oh yeah, and there's the Drake in here. Forgot about that too. So touching some of these crystals are going to make some of these ghosts that are walking around. They're not ghosts, they're like magic echoes. It's weird. Yeah, it'll make them aggressive. Like that. Ghost punching time. The other reason to do this is you get a whole lot of crystals out of it, which seems like some good value. I do love my money. Good, that stun's awesome. Okay, ghosts defeated. Now let's walk up and stun it, hopefully. Stunned. That's a little sketchy here. Hopefully I get a heal. Oh, come on. Fights are not to be taken lightly. Was this one that was the one that actually gave us something? Yeah. Oh. Ow. I strongly ask that you stop. Those are still neutral, thankfully. Okay. Oh god, one of them's charmed. Alright. Fuck. Wow. You know, the smart things to do is heal up everybody before the fight. We really would like to find some, other spells, better spells to use. One thing, we do have the shielding. Where would our spellbook be, actually? So we can put it onto the quick bar. Huh. Because we should know... Apparently we have a little bit of air shock. And we did get that protection and war blessing. So, like, should we not know those? We might not yet. We might not still have to learn them. I felt like there was somewhere to look at that, though. Toggle text console, world map, sure. Combat, switch default weapon. Huh. Okay, this is weird. We've now saved with them hostile, which is a little scary. Because didn't we tipped this one up, so why are they not mad at us? There should be some that are. If they don't see us, are they not mad at us? Maybe that's the thing. I felt like we did it out of their sight a couple times earlier. Jesus. Turn one, we're almost down a character. And one of them's already mind-controlled, essentially. Oof. Oh, wow. Man, this area is still nasty. Thought with some of our new equipment and everything we'd be able to make it through here, but yikes. There is, however, I was really interested in checking out the Western Mines. Came in from this side, and yeah, we haven't explored a whole lot of this, because there's dangerous stuff coming into the mines. And we were tasked with finding out the source. And making it safe again. You have a bad feeling as you stare down the corridor ahead. Your keen shaper senses note that the grumbles and hisses are different, deeper. They sound like they're coming from larger and more advanced creations. You're glad that your teacher spent so much time developing your senses and ability to detect differences between different creations. The rogues ahead, you strongly suspect, are much tougher than the ones to the southeast. They sure were. So there's an Artila there. So gotta be careful about that. How much health do you have? 154. Okay. That is a lot, yes. Especially if there's more going on in this fight. And it resisted all of our stuns. Oh, that's a lot of friends. Hello, lot of friends. Is that a volatile Thad? No, it's just a brutal one. Okay. Just a brutal one. Wanted to make sure it wasn't going to blow up. I don't know if we're getting out of this one. Okay, at least we stunned it. The thing that I'm worried about is that the acid might just kill Jeef. And by that I mean it's definitely just going to kill Jeef. Man, they really want this to be more of a late game area so far. Like later than I realized. We can sneak our way through here a bit too if we want. Just have to be very careful. And that is a mechanic they do have to engage with. That if you want, you can. Ooh. Yeah, what level are they actually? They're level 5? Wait. Grubbins. He's named? Interesting. That is a lot of health. That's a lot of health. I'm also level 5. Okay. I don't think I'm going to get a clear line of sight. Oh, I will. Dang. Well, this is the western entry hall of the Dry Peak Mines. It gets sunlight and fresh air from the west, which made it a suitable location for a small smelter. Hard-working serviles processed the raw ore and converted it into iron bars. Difficult work with a high rate of injury. The smelter is currently inactive. The fires are out, and dust and cobwebs cover everything. This was probably the first workshop Dry Peak abandoned when the rogue attacks began. A lot of stuff coming in here. At least we have this turret to help us. That's something. I'm gonna back up just a little bit. We don't want this AoE to get... Oh, goddamn! Ah, I see. The defenses will target everything. What a terrible night to have mine defenses. Alright then. Medab Road, apparently. You know how it was kind of funneling us this way? Let's go this way. Hot damn. You know, just getting some of the drink that I had made here. Dang. Lloyd Blade. There is a small force of armed serviles at this camp, watching the road. They are led by a young, muscular servile with a big sword. He came from mining or other heavy labor stock. You can see the outline of massive muscles under his robe. His short life has been a very hard one, with lots of fights and numerous opportunities to be scarred. From the look in his eye, he at least partially blames this on you. He rises and gives a tiny, almost insolent bow. Shaper, I am Lloyd Blade of the Awakened. I have orders. I protect you and give you safe passage to Medab. He points to the north. You said that you are of the Awakened. Tell me more. Learned Pinner teaches that we must deal with the Shapers as equals. There is a principle she calls fair exchange, fair trading, fair talking. I don't know. There are some of us who believe it. Others need to be convinced that your kind means anything for us but slavery. Woo. Number 2 would be for that canonical Shaper playthrough, huh? You're right, Servile. We created you. You owe us our lives. We are not equals. Let's answer that with a question. You don't believe you can deal with Shapers? Lloyd spits into the fire. Of course not. I like this settlement. I will fight to defend it. But when Pinner starts talking about peace, honor, and Shapers in the same sentence, your kind sees us as meat. Chained and caged. That's all there is to it. Perhaps Pinner is right. I'd like to learn what she has to say. Lloyd is skeptical. So are the other warriors. Oh, I'll bet. I bet you're dying to get all chummy with a servile. Talk philosophy. That I would like to see. Known about this area. The woods south of Madab are full of rogue creations. You should stick to the road. We keep it clear. Madab is north. You should go there, straight up the road. Your presence is wanted. Who created the rogues? I have my guesses, but I also have my orders. I am to send you to Madab. Learned Pinner will assist you. Have these rogues always been here? No. They started coming a few months ago. We've been able to hold them off with minimal losses, but it may not last. Oh, that was weird. I accidentally pressed two things. Presence is wanted by who? Learned Pinner. You wait for him to elaborate, but he says nothing. Wasn't sure if they'd get mad at me if I picked this, but it looks like we're okay. Most of the time, it'll be labeled as an NY, which is not yours, and then they get real pissy if you take it. Not sure why those things weren't labeled as not mine, but I'll take it. Literally and figuratively. God, eugh. Everywhere we go, it's full of nasties. I really need some new spells and things. There's places we can learn them. Probably should go back to the settlement and do that. Oh well. Like, getting something like a haste would be amazing. Stun. Great stun. Oof. Me and my single gene left. Oh boy. I feel like we should have stuck to the roads, as they said. Made it out. How much health do we have? 2. Dang. If we stick to the road, maybe it'll be clear. Hi. It's a random warrior walking by. Freegate South, Medab North. Huh. I already went through Freegate. You're at the south gate of a small town, a lonely outpost in the middle of these dense woods. The log walls are thick and sturdy, though they've been scorched and scarred by recent attacks. Inside the town, you can hear the familiar sounds of life: shouting children, haggling merchants, and the clangs of a smithy. It sounds like an active, happy village. Interesting, considering that it's not supposed to exist. Everything, and everyone, in the village was either smuggled in through the hidden tunnel to the south or created here by rogue shapers. Given the opportunity, the Shaper Council would probably blast this town to dust in a second. There are several servile guards watching the gate, another crime by Shaper standards. They keep a watchful eye on you, ready in a moment to run into town and alert the militia. There are crops outside the gate, though nobody is tending them right now. The serviles probably are staying indoors to keep away from rogues, and you can hardly blame them. The plants are familiar. They look like normal grains, but lightly shaped to adapt them to this high, chill climate. Like the trees, they are signs of recent success taming these mountains after many decades. Of failure. Sorry about that. That is a lot of turrets. Whew. As you enter the town of Medab, a settlement that is not supposed to exist. Oh, you enter the town of Medab, a settlement that's not supposed to exist. Not as you. The walls and buildings are made of sturdy timbers. Though this town is only a few years old, it was built to last. Though there are a few humans here, Medab is mainly populated by serviles. Serviles on their own, ruling themselves, without the control or influence of the Shapers. Once, you wouldn't have thought serviles could rule themselves. Yet, here they are, acting as independent creatures, with homes, shops, families. If the Shaper Council knew of this place, they'd destroy it immediately. It explains why, as you enter, all the serviles watch you closely. After years of peace, their home has been discovered. They wait, alert and afraid, to see what is going to happen. Shia. As you explore Medab, a servile walks up to you. His robes are cleaner than expected and have a nice bit of fur trim. An official of some sort? He bows deeply. Welcome to Medab, free city and home of the awakened. I am Kashaya, assistant to Learned Pinner. When you're ready, I would like to speak with you. Please come to our town hall. He points northwest. It is in the corner of town. I am returning to it now, if you would care to follow. What are the awakened? I am humble. I would not dare to explain to you our ways, when Learned Pinner could do such a better job. Please follow. I will take you to her. Who's Learned Pinner? She's leader here. I can take you to her now. Yeah, we'll take it. With me then, please. Pinner is waiting. Let's make some horrible monsters while we're here. I need some extra genes. We're here to make friends? I would like to. I know that we played the last game this way also, as, like, the Serviles are good and the Shapers are evil, but I don't really see why I would change that playthrough. It's, we'll see what happens, but I'll adjust my sides as things go along, but I'm gonna kind of follow my actual moral compass. So is this... I mean, Pinner's waiting. Where's she waiting? The Shapers are the Shapers. Yeah, exactly, Blue Jello. Good to see you. You meet Kashaya again. Ah, Shaper. I'm glad you have made it. Learn Pinner's beyond the door at the end of the hall. Before you enter, I need to speak with you. I must be sure you intend our leader no harm. Who do you think would cause Pinner harm? You, for one. There are many other hostile ones in these mountains, but we see you as our greatest threat right now. What is your normal job here? I am Pinner's assistant. She is old, so I handle the day-to-day work of the Awakened. Organizing training, answering philosophical questions, dealings with merchants, settlements, other factions, keeping peace. Pinner trusts me, and I work hard to earn that trust. I'd like to speak with Pinner. And Pinner would like to speak with you. However, these are dangerous times, and we have much to fear from many people, including, I am afraid, Shapers. Yet, we believe the Shapers can be honorable. We need to deal with them. Therefore, we can take you at your word. If you will swear that no harm will come to Pinner by your hand, we will allow you to see her. This is a strange request. No loyal Shaper would ever feel bound by a promise made to a creation, especially under duress. After all, Shapers feel that creations owe their makers total obedience in return for their very existence. Do these creatures realize this? You aren't sure. So, with these Servile, did life, find a way? So, generally, from what I've seen, I believe that the Serviles can, in fact, reproduce normally. Like, that's part of what makes the Shapers so incredibly awful, is that they create this entire sentient race. And, like, they're fully functioning, ready to go, like, across the board, they're sentient. They've got kids, they can do everything. And then they're like, no, they're idiots. They owe us everything. Yeah. It's like real obvious. It's like, okay, you have made something that's like making a door from vines that opens for you. It's like, oh, okay, that's pretty, little weird. I don't think it does too many questionable things, right? But then you start getting into this and you go, wow, they really didn't do any ethics involved in this, huh? Like, it's why you need all the tech bros to go to ethics classes, too. Yeah, being able to make life went to their head a little bit much, Blue Jello agreed. I swear, then, I'll not harm Pinner. Thank you, Shaper. It is good to hear that. Shia walks to the end of the hall and unlocks the door. Then he returns to a seat. Learned Pinner would like very much to meet you. Yeah, if they'd stopped at, like, plants, farm animals, and doors, it'd be a very different conversation. There'd still be, like, problems with some of it, but at least it would be, like, you could see where things were going. However, this is like, yeah, it's very obvious the Shapers just kind of didn't know when to stop. They put no limits on it. Well, okay, they've put limits on it in a way, but not at the places that I would have done it, that's for sure. This strange hall is charged with magic. The floor is covered with gently glowing green tiles, and there are shaping platforms in every corner. You easily recognize powerful defenses, though who made them? There's a lone servile standing in the center of the room. She's extremely old for a servile, and she shows no signs of subservience. She evaluates you with eyes old and wise, trying to anticipate your judgments. She says, "Welcome, Shaper. I am glad you've come to see me. I'm Learned Pinner, current leader of Medab and of the Awakened. Whether you accept it or not, we have much to discuss." Yeah, I'm glad that we got the elephant picture of them finally. Awakened wishes. We of the Awakened have fair requests. When the Shapers return, they will be presented in the spirit of openness and good wishes. Any creation with the presence to say, "I am a thinking, free being," must become one. A free thinking creation will be bound by the same laws as a common and be punished for crimes in the same way. A free thinking creation will be able to sell goods and labor freely and be bound by the same laws as a common. Commons being non-shaping humans, like non-magic humans. A free thinking creation capable of magic can apply to learn this power according to the same laws as a common. That is so unbelievably far. Wait, Elra. Okay, Elra was the... Hold up. What is going on here? Because Elra, I'm pretty sure, was the leader of the Awakened in the last game, too. What is the connection to this and the island? God, what was the island even called in the first game? I can't remember. It seems like a wildly different area. It's interesting. There's all these, like, same characters or, like, connections to characters from the last game. Despite her great age, Learned Pinner stands straight and tall for a servile. As you approach her, the magic in the air makes your hair stand on end. She says, when you came to Dry Peak, we knew you would find us. Now that you're here at last, there are things I must say. Susha Island, that's what it was, yep. You are a Shaper. Soon, you might carry news to your kind of what you have found here. And then, I fear, we will all be destroyed. It is vital that I tell you our story before tragedy happens. I want to tell you where we came from. I must convince you that we have a right to live. I'd like to hear your story. Okay, so they came from Susha Island. Yes, there we go. I am glad you are interested. Please be patient with one who is old and tired. There's much to tell about our people and what was done to us. I was born on a place called Susha Island. I doubt you've heard of it. Your people abandoned it, and us, long ago. It spent many years as a secret. It was a place where Shapers did research. Forbidden research we do not understand. They made something called a Geneforge. It was a pool of charged essence that could make one of your kind incredibly powerful. I don't understand it. What I do understand is what was done to us, to the Serviles. And what was done to the Serviles? Susha Island was abandoned and barred by the Shapers. The penalty for a visit was death. However, when the Shapers left, they left many Serviles, their workers, behind. Your kind just left us there. To starve, I suppose. But we lived. We were hungry and hunted, but we survived. With no Shapers to tell us what to do, we developed our own thoughts and skills, and our own ideas. We lived on our own for many years. If you've wondered how we Serviles got so smart, now you know. When you left, we were simple, asleep. Once you were gone, we woke up. Awakened, we lived like that for years, eventually becoming almost happy. But then, a Shaper found our island. You call yourselves Awakened? Yes. That is when we developed our own way of thought and selected that name. Was your band the only Serviles on Susha? No, there were others. The inutile in the hills, the takers, consumed with rage. The obeyers, who foolishly thought the Shapers would take them in again. Some escaped the island when the Shapers brought their fire. The rest were lost. Shaper found Susha Island. In time. First, outsiders came from over the sea, called the Cholet. They came to Susha Island and looted the treasures there, artifacts and knowledge both. Then they kidnapped a Shaper to teach them how to use the power of the Geneforge. The Shaper refused. There was fighting. I don't know the details, but the Shaper escaped the island. He told the Shaper Council what had happened. Shapers came to Susha Island in force, and our peace was ended. The Shapers were going to destroy us. We were too smart and independent. However, two of the Shapers who came to Susha Island had different ideas. Their names were Zachary and Barzal. They wanted the power of the Susha Island for themselves. They took the secrets and many of us free serviles and brought us here, to these mountains. Interesting. Okay. So they kind of retroactively changed the ending of the last game. Hey, Cormorants, good to see you. Haumst Ferrith Geef Norge. It's going well. What happened to the Cholet? I don't know. Never met them. They didn't come to us for help. What happened to the Serviles who weren't awakened? Death, mostly. A few of them found boats and fled the island. Some of them followed us to these mountains. These were takers. Are takers. They live in the higher peaks to the west, experimenting and hoarding power. The rest, I don't know. What did you do when you got to these mountains? We built all this. All that you see around you. Towns, roads, forests. Made it all. Zachary stayed in Dry Peak as a front. He guarded us at the entrance of the mountains, concealing our great work. With my guidance, the Awakened who escaped built Medad. The Awakened survived. Barzal went west and built the city of Rising, where he could do his research. Finally, some embittered Serviles went into the wastes of the west to join surviving takers and form Zas Us. Then the argument started. So, Zachary Barzal went and built the city of Rising. Rising sounded like the Taker village. So I guess that the surviving Takers took over Rising at some point and killed Barzal, maybe? Or did Barzal side with them? Interesting. Also interesting that they're so, like, Zachary and Barzal are so willing to break death penalty law just to let them be around. Like, they've got to have deeper goals than just letting these Serviles live, I'm guessing. I was sent here to speak with Zachary and Barzal. And you've already met Shaper Zachary. I have not talked with him in some time. Shaper Barzal is in Rising. I've not spoken personally to him in some years. Rising fights us now. What arguments? Through all our labors, we knew that we were in great danger. If the Shapers ever found us, we would be attacked and destroyed. In time, each settlement came up with their own way to deal with the threat. We of the Awakened want to make defenses for these valleys. We must make ourselves safe from the Shapers. Then we will contact them and deal with them as equals. Barzal and the Shapers of Rising are much more militant. They want to make an army and form our own nation out here in the wilderness, taking more land if they can. They will fight the Shapers. It'll destroy them. And the Serviles of Zas Us are mad. They want to destroy the Shapers entirely, even though it will result in their own deaths. We have all grown afraid and paranoid, and the settlements to the west have responded by turning on us. It is sad and futile, but there we are. What does this have to do with me? I want to tell you of our beliefs, of the Awakened. I want to try to convince you to help us. You're young. Your vision might not have been clouded by Shaper propaganda and Shaper power. And that's our story. Now that you know it, I can ask for your help. I want you to help us. I want justice. Please, help us survive and live in peace. And this is why it's really hard to do an evil run-through of these games for me, because, like, how do you say no to that? Like, such a unbelievably, like, gentle way to ask for help from people that have done them incredible wrong. I don't know what to do, but I'll listen to what you have to say. I know what turning your back on the Shapers would cost you. Your consideration is all I can ask. I hope that meeting free, independent creatures would awaken some mercy within you. Let me tell you of our needs and plans, in the hope that you might accept and aid us. I'd like to know more about the Awaken. Our beliefs are simple, Shaper. We believe that we Serviles are intelligent and independent creatures. We were left to be free, and we want to keep that. We should be able to deal with the Shapers as equals. We wish fair exchange. Nothing should be stolen from us. If we give you something, we should get something in return. This is what we see as justice. We would like you to join us and speak for us. If there is still a part of you that feels that creations are treated cruelly, and we should be allowed to exist on our own, I ask for your aid. We'll discuss the Awakened. Okay. Huh. What can the Awakened pay me for my help, God? Did you create the Awakened? A very stupid answer, a question in a way, but sure. No, but I know the Servile who did. His name was Elra. He was our leader on Susha Island. He was so wise, so strong. I have never known his like. I never will again. Yet, his strength was not infinite. He fled with us as Susha Island was scorched by the Shapers. Losing all he built, coming here, settling a new land, took too much out of him. He fell ill and died. His tomb is to the north. If you wish, one day you should go north and visit it. It is always worthwhile to pay respect to the truly great, whatever their species. I did kill Elra in my first playthrough, yes. In the Geneforge 1 playthrough. Yeah. Which sounds like, wow, so you picked an evil one. But this is where the games become really interesting, because we killed Elra because the Takers needed to get rid of him. Because they were in... God, it's so hard. I also sided with the bad guy at the end, too, right? Yes. Although, bad guy is not how I would describe him. That one was difficult. So that was the Sholay leader. So, the reason that I sided with him is it made it seem like he was maybe really awful. But then when you talk to him, he goes, well, he turned into a tyrant. Did he? We never said anything like that necessarily when we ended. We'll see what happens. Because that was not our ending that we got. He had... the epilogue, from what you remember, sounded like he was just raising the countryside. No, not at all. No, that was not the epilogue for that. No. He definitely fought a war, but he was fighting it against the Shapers. It was very much one of those, which is kind of a lot of the ethical balancing act that you're doing in this game, right? Is it better to start the war and fight for their freedom, even though it will be a war and that a lot of innocent people will die? Or is it, better to try slow, steady progress, quote unquote, where a lot of these people will still basically be in servitude as you slowly convince the Shapers to be better? Things like that, with maybe less death, but also all of these people having less rights and like clawing it back slowly. It goes places. that was a lot of our problem last time. We'll get into it. We'll just deal with what this game is doing. We won't talk too much more about the last one. We can sit here and talk for hours about the last game. I'll think on what you've said, but I am not sure. Fair enough. Look around, talk to the serviles here. See what your kind has done to us. Maybe, one day, you'll make up your mind. Good day to you, then. I hope in the end, you choose justice. Oof. So the reason I didn't side with them immediately is I would like to talk to Rising and Barzal. This old servile is hobbling around town. She has to rely on a cane, but she shouldn't need it yet. You realize that she's ill. She coughs constantly, and the skin on her hands and face look cracked and painful. When she looks up at you, she has a very strange expression on her face. It alternates rapidly between love and hatred. She's long since lost the ability to know how she feels about the Shapers. Eventually, she simply says, "I'm Dana." You're clearly ill. Why are you walking around? I do not want to be indoors. I spent too much of my life indoors. What's your job here? My job is not here. It is in the library in the outpost to the northeast. I help with the magical research. I came to visit here. Then I got sick. Rogues appeared on the road between here and there, and I cannot return. It is unfortunate. I was reading a book, trying to understand it. I thought it might be useful with the research. I left it behind, and I have nothing to do here. What was the book called? Called The Paths of Fire. It was about ways of creating flame, magical and not. I'd really like it back. And where is this book? The Magus Complex. That is what we Awakened call it. I'm sure Shapers will go there sooner or later. She shakes her head. I know better than to hope for mercy. What do you have used for a book of magic? She opens her mouth to respond. Then she looks away. We have our ways here. Our dreams. Suppose that will all change now. Oof. Medab has several small docks extending into the lake. They use the river running through this valley to move supplies through here to other settlements. The Serviles even developed their own humble system of trade. For some reason, nobody has been working here for a few months. Perhaps boat travel became dangerous? Or no longer necessary? Carnelian. You meet another fellow Shaper. Really? You meet another fellow Shaper in this remote and strange land for some reason. She is about 10 years older than you. She has a small shaping hall here, where she works to aid the rogues and rebels of Medab. She is very uncomfortable when you enter, and well she should be. It has probably been a while since she came face to face with one of her own kind. She adopts an obviously fake, casual attitude. Hello, fellow Shaper. I'm Cornelian. I hope you're well. How did you come to be here? How these settlements came to exist is a long story. Learned Pinner can tell it better than I. All I can say is that I'm an assistant to Shaper Zachary. Once, we went to a place called Susha Island. There, we discovered many powerful Shaper secrets. Secrets that we thought we could use to make the world better. We came here and, in secret, created these settlements. On the topic of Shapers, I'm looking for an agent named Shanty. She gives it some thought, then shakes her head. I have heard nothing about her. Of course, if she is an agent, she could easily pass through without us detecting her. Tell me about Susha Island. You should ask Learned Pinner. She was born and raised there, after all. She knows as much about it as any alive. Did you help with the shaping up here? I'm proud to say that I did. Shapers tried for 2 centuries to shape plants and animals, which would help with these peaks flourish. Nothing but failure and disaster. But Zachary and Barzal, with their new techniques, they brought lush life to these peaks. But why are you living with the Serviles? Because, in my time on Susha Island, I got to see what Serviles were like when left to live on their own. I learned they have their own intelligence and philosophy. I learned to respect them. That's why I joined Shaper Zachary and hid in these peaks. The Shapers have great power, but they do not have great wisdom to go with it. It's hard to say this, but I'm starting to believe that you were right. I'm glad to hear it. We had hoped that, when you saw what we had built here, you would see justice in our cause. I need use training. Can you help me? I'd be glad to help you, but there's little I can teach you. You should go northeast. Medab is built a complex for the study of magic. Leave Medab to the east and follow the road. Oh, there was a what can you teach me? Here we go. Oh my god. Finally. I need a lot of things here. I've got a bit of coin. Oh. I see. The prices are high because we didn't side with them yet. Damn it. Just wait. Yeah, I want to know what's in here. Oh boy, eggshell. Major healing pod. That's nice to have. I have a lot of stuff I can get rid of. Get rid of some food. This servile is very solidly built. Definitely a variant made for heavy work, hauling, and so on. He is in charge of distributing supplies and building materials. He's also sick. He's trembling gently, and the skin on his face is so dry that it's coming off in small patches. It looks painful. Despite his weakness, he stands as tall as he can. He stares resolutely into your chest and says, "Hello, I am Pra." Should you be doing that in your condition? What else should I do, Shaper? I'm sick. Not dead. There's work to do. It hurts, but so does sitting around doing nothing. What is your job here? Yeah, but you don't come into work sick. You make everybody sick. Listen, motherfucker, stop coming into work sick. As somebody who used to do that a lot, it's bad. Don't do that. The town is still being built. Needs more walls, needs repairs. I keep the supplies, hand them out for the work. And if we're short of wood or rock or food, I grab serviles. We go out and get it ourselves. Pauses for a few seconds to cough. There's rogues. It makes it difficult. Still, when they bother us, that's what hatchets are for. It only makes it worse when we lose things. You fight the rogues? When I have to. I'm not fond of shapers. You should know that. I'm grateful that when you made me strong. Learned Pinner teaches us to be thankful. We will be free, but we thank you for life. What have you lost? Orcs. Carnelian worked hard for us. Made better orcs. Custom designed from these mountains. Big, fat, and meaty. We took them out to graze, but then clawbugs attacked. There were 6. 3 died, 3 ran off into the woods. I've offered some of the town's supplies. Goes to anyone who could bring them back. Nobody's bothered. They're probably dead anyway. They had a custom design? Yeah, one problem with it. They get violent around rogues. Probably attacked the first clawbugs they met. Got killed. Stupid creatures. I'll I know if I find them. Each has an X tattooed on the rear. So look for some orcs. Ooh, a bunch of not mine, huh? I'm pretty sure that I'm a god and everything's mine. The box contains a hopeless, grimy tangle of servile clothes. Some are clean, but most are dirty. Even when they're intelligent, these creatures are not very clean. They can also be careless. Under the clothes, you find a key. You take it. Where does this go? To Eastern Madab. I'll go back this way for now. I just like seeing where everything goes, unlocking the next fast travel area. Not a bad idea. Trash. Innkeeper. Madab is closer to a real town than you thought. Since there's trade, there are travelers. Since there are travelers, an inn is required. And it's here, complete with tables, drinks, and sort of clean beds for weary visitors. The inn's mostly empty, but it's decently sized. It had decent business up until recently. Laura. There is a common woman sitting at the table. She's exhausted and slumped over, mechanically eating soup and drinking ale. When she sees you approach, she listlessly waves for you to sit. Hello, Shaper. I hope life is treating you better than it treats me. On the floor at her side, you see a large pack full of goods. She must be a merchant. What problems do you have? The rogues, the fighting. Trade used to be good in these mountains. I took supplies from settlement to settlement. I had a good number of coin. Now travel's dangerous and I'm stuck here with all these serviles. Are these towns even allowed under Shaper law? She raises an eyebrow. Of course they are. Why would Shaper Zachary allow them if they weren't legal? A lot of common humans are in for an ugly surprise when the Shaper Council shows up. You make money? They make money around here? Sure. They barter with Shaper currency. Plus silver, gold, and crystals. It's odd. They hate the Shapers so much. They still use their money. I suppose it's just convenient. How'd you get up here in the first place? I brought supplies to Dry Peak on a regular basis. One time, when I was visiting, I saw that a bunch of stuff is being hauled out of town to the northwest, and I just followed. And then, I went through some tunnels, old mine. Foolish, I know, but I made it through. On this side, I found the forest and the road, and I came up north to Medeb. When I saw what was happening here and how hungry they were for supplies, I saw my chance. Worked well for me, till now. Why'd you stay here if it was so dangerous? Because I'm paid very well, in silver and crystals. Soon I'll go south, newly rich. I think I'll leave soon. Now that the Shapers are coming, I suspect it's not a safe place to be. Let's try and sell some things, maybe. Hell yeah. That was a lot. Letter to Rising. Servile political intrigue. Oh? Intriguing. God, how do we read this again? Or can we? I guess it's written in some sort of code, so we can't. Fair. I'm guessing some kind of quest item. Lights. This servile is very young, probably around 12 years old. Old enough to be put to work by the Shapers, but Medab has not given her useful labor yet. She is very scared of you. When you ask who she is, she only says in a soft voice, Leets. Where are you from, Leets? Susha Island. How'd you get here? Shapers came to our island. Bad things happened, and Pinner took me away. Made me safe. What did the Shapers do? One was good. One was kind to me. But the rest, they didn't like us serviles. Most of us are gone now. Pinner took me away. Who was the kind Shaper? She says something. She's very quiet, but you think she said Zachary. Then she starts to tremble. You let her go before she panics. Aww. She looks 12, old enough to be put to work. Gods. Yeah. No, it's not super subtle about how awful the the Shapers are. You meet one of the fellow humans in Medab. He is walking around town carrying several scrolls and a pen. He looks at everything carefully. Guards, walls, buildings. He constantly takes notes about what he sees. When you get close, he turns and looks at you. For once, you see in his eyes the fear and respect due a Shaper. He says, welcome to you. Many welcomes. I'm Selly. Welcome to Medab. He gives a little bow. You're human. Why are you living among serviles? I came here with Shaper Zachary and Barzal. Shaper Zachary gave me orders. He placed me here and told me to assist Pinner and keep her safe. And that's what I've done since then. But the serviles here are independent. Didn't you realize that everything here is forbidden by the Shapers? He looks very nervous. No doubt, a similar thought has occurred to him many times. I'm a humble man. I do not question Shaper business. A Shaper commanded, and I acted. I need to speak with Shaper Barzal. Where is he? Sadly, he is our enemy now. Also, I am told, an enemy of the Shapers. If you must speak with him, He's in the city of Rising, far to the southwest. And Shapers brought you to these mountains. Yes, quite a few years ago. Shaper Zachary told me that he needed help from humans to build a major colony. It was such an honor to be asked to help by a Shaper. I came, of course. Since then, I saw many things were, odd. I didn't object, though. I'm a common. I don't question Shapers. So we've got ourselves a little civil war here, huh? Fun. I get the feeling I'm gonna agree with Barzal more than Zachary. Nobody's looking, right? Nope. Alright, cool. And this is where we can head to the lab. Yeah. Oh, there's so many places for us to go. We haven't found all the ways off Freegate. We haven't, again, we still haven't cleared out the mines or the Crystal Caverns. I kind of want to go back to Dry Peak for a few reasons. Oh. We need to talk to Shaper Zachary about everything. I'm interested in seeing what Zachary has to say now. The other thing is I have a trainer here that can teach us some magic. When you return to Dry Peak, the mood of the town has changed. It's tense. Everyone is nervous, waiting to see how you will react to what you've learned about Agent Shanty. The guards watch you closely, knowing that there's nothing they can do to stop a Shaper. You've discovered that someone here, if not everyone, is guilty of a horrible crime against Shaper law. Illicit shaping has been taking place. Rogues are running around unchecked. It is up to you how to respond. The people must eventually submit to the Shapers. However, if you try to deal out any retribution here, they are prepared to defend themselves. Oh, I shouldn't have just gone into Dry Peak. I should have gone into the Warrens. So yeah, we want to go this way. I always forget that he's not actually in Dry Peak proper. He's past it. So will Zensital tell us more now? I'll help you find a purpose if I can. If you find a place I can go to and unique people to talk to, a place where I can make a difference, please remember humble Zenstal and show mercy. Huh. Where do you want to go now? Oh, here we go. Okay. I don't know yet. This barren valley we are in offers no opportunity to prove myself. Yet there's more here. I sense it. That's why I asked your advice. You came here with an actual mission. I came here to help. You can tell me somewhere to go so that I can serve the Shapers more effectively. I found a settlement of independent serviles called Madab. Their leader is Learned Pinner. You describe the awakened to Zenistal. He is fascinated. Free serviles? Who are determined to be free? As a Shaper, I'm supposed to be repulsed. And yet, I should see this for myself. Perhaps I can find a use for my powers. Thank you, Jeeve. I have a tough decision ahead of me. I may have need of your advice. I may have some advice to give you. I'm eager to hear it. The Awakened are a fascinating mystery, dangerous rebels, and yet kind spirits. I think I can learn from them. Fuck. I want to avoid... I really want to talk to Barzal before I make a lot of those choices. At least Zachary. One is a hell of an option, yeah. You return to Zachary's hall. Shaper Zachary looks very different than he did when you first met him. Before, he was weak and old, but still confident. Now, he is a broken man, trembling with terror. Even though you are but an apprentice, he looks at you with fear. You know his secret now. You know illegal experiments have been taking place here. His life, and perhaps the lives of everyone here, are forfeit if you but say so. Both he and his guards watch you carefully, looking for signs of your intentions. You know their secrets, and their lives are in your hands. You return to Shaper Zachary. At first, he seems prepared to continue the deception. Then, he looks at your face. He realizes that you know the scope of the experiments he has been performing in these mountains. So, you have returned, Chief. I'll call you apprentice no longer. You know what we've been doing. You know there is a serious danger up here, and I'm partly responsible. I must ask for your help. I need to know the truth of what's been happening here. Yes, Shaper. I'll tell you the tale. Before you decide our fate, you must hear what has really been happening here. I beg you, do not act rashly. There is great danger here, and we need your help dealing with it. 10 years ago, I came here with Shaper Barzal. We were Shapers at large, looking for a purpose and way to display our skill. Anyway, while traveling lands to the northwest, we heard rumors. Barred Forbidden Island, full of dangerous secrets, violated by outsiders. The Shaper Council was sending investigators to clean up some mess there. We were sent to a place called Susha Island. You were older than Barzal? Yes, I'd been trying to make a name for myself for many years. I was a failure. Yet, I had a lot of experience. Barzal thought I'd be a useful teacher and sponsor, and I thought he had potential. Alas, he did. Susha Island, where's that? You don't want to know. There are ghosts there. It doesn't matter anyway. The Shapers eventually had the place scorched, so I heard. Final sanction. Too late, alas. Tell me about Susha Island? It was a terrible place. Long ago, Shapers there learned incredible secrets about how to manipulate life. They had gained the ability to shape creatures to be and do just about anything. The island had been barred. Visiting was punishable by death. Yet, intruders had discovered it and were looting its secrets. The Shaper found them there, escaped, and let the council know what was happening. Forces were sent to deal with the situation. Some people were taken off the island, some were killed. Barzal and I arrived in time to help with the cleanup. Who were those outsiders? I don't know. We tried to find out. Those who arrived before us made it clear we shouldn't ask too many questions. What secrets have been learned? I did not understand them. I'm not a great talent. Not very skilled. Saying that clearly causes him great pain. But the power was great. The miraculous forest you saw to the northwest sprung from Barzal's mind and from the amazing secrets of Susha Island. So what did you do on Susha Island? Zachary pauses for a long time. The crime he is about to confess is enough for him to be sentenced to death. Instant death. Barzal and I stole some secrets. They seemed too powerful to leave behind. Barzal was amazed by the secrets there, and he dragged me along with him. We snuck those secrets out. Then we looked for a private place to do our research, to see how much power we could gain. Of course, we came here. We didn't come alone. Who came with you? A few dozen shapers, guardians, and so on. Barzal is an influential man. Well, on Susha Island, he was already recruiting the ambitious to join his new colony. We also brought a few serviles from Susha Island. Smart serviles, completely independent and rogue, who knew something of Susha Island's secrets. I objected, but Barzal ignored me, a warning of what was to come. We all came to this place together. While I ran Dry Peak and showed a harmless front to the outside world, Barzal created settlements to the northwest and did his experiments. While I stayed here in the dust, providing a front for his activities, he bred creations and built cities. Then we had our disagreement. Where are the shapers and serviles he brought? In the higher mountains. Some still work with Barzal. Others ran off as soon as we arrived here. They made their own tribes, continuing to develop the strange ideas they developed on Susha. Disagreement. I was tired of being in this awful town. I was scared of what he was doing. He's doing too much, making too much, moving too fast. He experimented on himself. It made him much stronger, and it was changing him. It's making him erratic, angry, mad. This was about a year ago. We had an argument. He retreated to the northwest, and I've not seen him since. He might be dead. He might also be the one who's sending out rogues to destroy us. I do not know now what there is to the northwest, but I do know this. I've done a horrible thing. I'll be dead soon. But before I'm dead, I want to undo the harm I helped create. I'll be loyal to the Shapers in the end. I'll crush the rogues, but I need your help. I have another question. Zachary sips some tea and leans back in his throne. He seems more at ease now that his secrets have been revealed. What else do you need, Shaper? As you know, there's so much that needs to be done. Now that I know what's happening, what can be done about it? You're young, Shaper. You're not yet truly decided, deep within yourself, to be dedicated to our cause. He leans forward and looks directly at you. His hands begin to tremble uncontrollably. You no longer have time for delay. Your time is now. There's danger, real danger, for all of us. All loyal Shapers must be prepared to fight for our people. You're an apprentice. If you can swear an oath of allegiance to me, to become a servant of the Shapers. You believe I'm ready to swear allegiance? Zachary thinks. No, I do not. Not yet. I still have questions about your loyalty. Travel more. Speak with others. The things you say come back to me. When I feel your words reflect Shaper beliefs more, I'll assist you. It pains me to reject help in such a dire situation. However, I've been harmed once by selecting a poor apprentice. I'll not make the same mistake again. Oh, so Zachary... See, this is where it's always interesting, because you're like, oh, Barzal's doing all these horrible experiments and making himself into a madman, right? And you're like, why? What makes them mad? This is basically what Comet was talking about with the last one, with the bad guy. And everybody was like, oh my god, he's a mad tyrant in the north. And you're like, well, why? What's he so crazy about? And it's like, he's saying that all these serviles deserve freedom. And you go, wait, wait, hold up. One second. That doesn't sound like he's terrible. It's like, no, it's awful. Oh, okay. Kind of feel like we're in a similar situation again. Should be... Where was the teacher for spells again? This person's just the tool breeder, which is an incredible thing. Thank you, Dora. Okay, that's all the storage area. Oh, we have the boy. Hi. Yes, in the first game, a lot of the underlings of Trayvon or something. It was Trey something. Had often been quite aggressive to you and to other people in general because there were a bunch of factions among everybody where everybody had their own ideas of what does it mean to get freedom? Should you do it peacefully? Should you do it through rebellion? Should you go back and beg for it? There's lots of stuff there. I don't think I went up here. Or at least didn't talk to this guy. There's a lone, heavy-set man working in this workshop. He alternates between sipping ale and delicately chipping at his crystal spires with a mallet and chisel. His drink does not interfere with the care and precision of his motions. When you approach, he rises, combs through his hair and goatee with his fingers, and gives you a grin. Ah, new arrival, eh? Shaper visits me in my humble little warren? I'm Sage Markov of the Tarabi. Always glad for company when I'm chipping at the rocks. Tedious work this is. You said you're of the Tarabi? Yeah, Tarabi is one of the old cultures. Powerful, wealthy people up in the Dry Peak Mountains. Then the Shapers took everything over. My family is Tarabi. My parents brought me up and 2 sisters. I was the one with the talent. Educated and put to work. The old cultures? You didn't think that Shapers ruled everything forever, did you? Before you came, there were lots of little peoples, like the Tarabi. We were master crystal workers. Now we have to work for you. But that's just old politics. Don't want to dwell on it. What about your sisters? Still with my family. An old Tarabi house. Merchants now, dealing in crystals. Wealthy once. Imagine they're married now. I've been working here and gaining money and connections for years. Haven't seen any of them in a long time. You ended up back here. Yeah, working. Earning money, looking for a chance to improve my family's fortunes. I came here not long after Shaper Zachary did. He pays well. I'll lift my humble, common family up however I can, even if it means being trapped back here with the spiders. You have trouble with the spiders? Not for long. When I see one, well, mallet's always near to hand. I like that guy. Hey, J-Dub. Woof. Oh yeah, I think that we looked at these before. Okay. It's a bunch of old ledgers. There it is, old and faint, but you can make some of it out. 2 locations would identify the location of the better by far is that. This is followed by a long series of numbers. It's all meaningless to you. However, it's meant enough for them to bring here and hide it. Huh. I imagine if I were to look here... Oh! I am allowed to just steal his crystals. Thanks. Hell yeah, money! And it's down here that I should be able to buy some spells. I think so. Can you give me training? Yes, Shaper Zachary has told me to be helpful. Would you like to learn about spells, creations, or weapon shaping? I want to learn new spells, thank you. Could improve Firebolt, learn Searer, learn Daze, Rack, get more War Blessing. Wait, do I... Okay, so I have to have protection and war blessing somewhere. How do I put those spells on? I need to look at that. Might be this? Cure Affliction would be really nice too. There we go. Okay. Oh my god, all I had to do was click here and it would have given me them. Amazing. So Seer actually uses Essence, which is the downside of it. Right. So let's go with that. I'm going to maybe just put, like, some of the healing over here. Healing and, like, buffs. I gotta get better stuff there. Also, Air Shock. Battle magic has to be 4. Ooh. I see. I need melee and stuff. Gotcha. There. We'll set them up as, like, attacks, debuffs, buffs, and heals. And if anything, God, what do I want to even improve yet? Maybe nothing so far? Some of your creations attacked me. Talia's face becomes completely emotionless. I'm sorry, Shaper. I am sad that such a thing would happen. It does happen, though. Around experimental creations. It's unavoidable. Talia looks annoyed. But you are within your rights. Alright, Shaper. I'll give you a free lesson. It gives you training in the spell days for free. Nice. So I got improved days. Sick. Or, oh, I bet, oh my god, I bet that buying days meant that I didn't get the improve on it? Or, you can't buy more than 2 levels of the spell. Maybe I got a level. Maybe it's another level if I buy it. I'd like to learn one more improvement. It might be good to get Firebolt because it doesn't actually use Essence. Sure. So now it does 9 to 23 fire damage. Alright, time to head north. Alright, well, right, this would actually be west. Isometric is weird. Oh, you must gather your party before venturing forth. Now that we've improved a bunch of spells and things... God, there's so much we can do. A long way to the next settlement and find Rising. Because I don't know if this or this is Rising. It might take a long time to get there. I am going to go to Freegate, though, and see. I'd like to try and make my way there. Seems like they're likely to be aggressive to me the whole time, but I still want to know. I'm not sure if I can make it, but I'd like to try. Hear a sound coming from the woods to the west. It's a long, high-pitched squeal. Sounds like help. Alright. Same thing again. There's Squib. Okay. Who we talked to, but apparently I didn't save afterwards because we died with all the rogues around here. I'm giving them permission. We're attacked. Okay. And that one goes this way. So I'm guessing... Huh. So maybe this one goes through the tunnel in the mountains and this one goes south? I'm guessing we'll need to go through Clawbug Canyon. Let's try and look through the woods here and save the person that's yelling for help. Now that we've got some better spells. Maybe we'll actually manage this. Walk up and try and get a stun. Good. Can I... Oh, okay, I see. Let's cancel. And walk forward a little bit, and then try to daze all of this group. Can I get... Yeah, it's not going to be enough to get all that, but I can at least get those two. Dazing them is real nice. Oh my god. And dead. Yeesh. Actually, now they're in a great spot to daze. And they all resisted. Well. Let's get a good old heal over here. And I'm scared. Great. Oof. They sure know who to go after. Oh, those are great stuns. Please don't kill me. We might make it out of here. Oh god, I don't have any healing there. I think we've gotten through this fight. We lost a lot, but we made it. Ooh. Poor Gene or Gene. Oh, shit, I wasn't looking. Oh, God. Okay, well... New problem. It looks like it's pretty easy to solve this one. This should be a little healing spot. Yeah. Should be able to raise up a new Gene again here. I believe it's Gene that we were missing. Yeah. Let's make sure. We are full, right? Sure looks like it. Oh baby, bricks. Another big gem. Kind of surprised we haven't seen anything here yet. Ah, there we go. If it's just the one, I'd probably just race it down almost instantly. Could war blessing. Oh, should have war blessinged. Shit. Did not expect two more of the green ones immediately. Dang, I saw that one. I'm actually going to jump to this one. And I think I can kill this. Yeah, there we go. I don't want any of these getting closer. Donk. amazing this thing's still under our control with that, how injured it is. Oh, man, my misclicks have really been getting me. Well, hi Gene, bye Gene. Same Gene's gone. I really gotta take better care of my genes. Ow. Oh god. Calls for help. Summons up one behind me and instantly wastes me. Sick. God. That's something. That was pretty incredible as an end to that fight. Oh, shit. I should have used that one to walk down here and launch this. Didn't realize that it didn't have... This one didn't have charge. Could have looked. Going slightly better this time. Who knew? Buffing before a fight? Pretty good. It's one of those games where buffing is kind of a necessity. You have to use all the tools at your disposal. If you're not, you've fucked up. Dang. That was easy. Sword, a bunch of money. What was down here? I don't know if I looked at this now that we had the reset. I think we did. Some thorns. Love to see some ammo. Oh boy, a bunch of terror vlishes. Oh, that is, whew. That looks fun. Well, well. Does cost essence. Before I go back and try and maximize my essence and such, let's see how this goes without that. Great so far. Good, good. Let me try and daze this group. Can I get the whole group of them? I think if I move up a little bit, I can. Yep. Oh, sick. I got all of them. I imagine this thing is real nasty. Yeah, 260. So we'll try and get rid of these ads first. Excellent. How about you? And how about there? Dang. Good news. Stun? It would be pretty incredible if we actually hit it. I'm feeling pretty confident about this, though, actually. Let's see if I can poison it. That'll help with how much health it has. Dang. And out of magic that I can use. Cool. Ow. Stun, stun, stun. Thank you. Give that Thad an extra cool treat when we get home. He gets double walkies. Die. Please just die. Okay. Shaped boots. Nice. Sure. Energy resistance is nice, but I think I'd rather have the extra just defense. Didn't see what was yelling for help, though. Beat all the stuff down here. Huh. Yeah, the way that you can just throw waves of your creations at problems is a very interesting, like, commentary on the world in a way. And it's a very valid strategy and also, like, kind of horrible. Let's keep looking around for what was yelling for help here. Seems like we've cleared a lot of it. How close are we even to the next level? Definitely pretty close. 200. Combat doesn't give a ton of experience, though. Finishing quests does, but combat not so much. So what the hell was yelling for help? Because it looks like we've uncovered all of this. Let's go look here real quick. Is there a secret here that I'm missing? Take a look. Huh. It's the bush. There's blood. But we can't see what was yelling. It might have been, when it says to the west, it might mean that I need to go, like, leave the area to the west. Not just the woods. I wonder. Huh. Well, we've cleared it out. It looks like nothing. Huh. Time to go to the south. Let's find Rising. Oh boy, Clawbug Canyon. The region to the north was lush and green, overgrown with custom-made, successfully created plants. This land is dry and arid. It is just like the dead stretches around Dry Peak. Maybe the shapers of these mountains weren't able to bring life to this area. Or maybe they haven't gotten around to it yet. Either way, this area seems much more threatening than the lands to the north. Clawbug tracks are everywhere, and the wind is harsh and cold. Clawbugs are dangerous foes, especially in numbers. You wonder if heading back north until you gain more strength might be a good idea. That worries me. Level 5? That's doable. You enter this small clearing in time to see a clawbug mother shoo her scuttling brood into the safety of the boulders. Unshaped scorpions are not intelligent or sociable creatures. Shapers shape those traits into them. Her young safe, the mother clawbug turns to you and raises her claws. She stands near her nest, ready to defend it if you get closer. Oh, okay. Alright, I can't do it. I can't kill the mom. Sorry, remember a lot of the real nasty stuff about clawbugs is that they haste themselves. So they get a lot of turns. There's a lot of them. Hmm. Iron Clawbug. I'm gonna try and poison that one. I did set myself up for a very bad area of attack. Hopefully. We're okay. So far. I believe we have a healing spores. We have a healing and a curing spores. I'm going to use the healing, though. Okay, cool. God damn. Oh, it's attacked 4 times. It's cool. Is it? That doesn't seem cool to me. I was gonna heal ya. Ow. And we're dead. I'm pretty sure even if it gets back to our turn, we don't have time to heal ourselves from the poison. Yeah. This is definitely a scary area. Let's see if we can't, like, sneak our way around a little. A lot of them there again. It is called Clawbug Canyon for a reason, it seems. God damn. There are a lot of... Yep. A lot of problems. That was a really large group was part of the issue. Problem when it comes down to it. Just claw bugs. That is... Yep. Even more than that, the problem is death. And acid and dead. Cool. Might be able to keep them alive. God. Well, technically... Clawbugs like to excavate burrows like this one. They can dig tunnels very rapidly with their sharp claws. They're natural sappers. In fact, Shapers have used clawbugs to break sieges, using their digging abilities to undermine city walls. You can hear lots of clicking and chittering in the darkness ahead. This is an unusually large nest. That's good. I'm cool. Uh-oh. Yeah, fights give us so little. The problem, of course, being... I really want to go to Rising and talk to Barzal. Before I make a whole lot of decisions here. It's hard. It's so hard to know what to do in these games. I love that about it. But it does lead to a little bit of decision paralysis. I'm tempted to go back to the Western Mines and clear those out now that we actually have some new spells and things. Maybe come back when I'm a little stronger. Didn't expect visitors. Syphar. You meet the owner of this small, struggling farm. Not surprisingly, he spends all his time armed. He must be a very determined person to stay out here, considering what's been happening. He is dirty and exhausted, unfit to receive visitors. Your unannounced visit shocks him into alertness. A shaper? Out here? That's a pleasant surprise. I'm glad to see you. I'm Cypher. Welcome to my home. Tell me about this area? Well, south of here, there's a forest. I haven't been in there much. There's always a lot of nasty creations in there, but not rogues. Those paths are peaceful, but they make me nervous. Too still, I think. East of here is the mines. It's a mess in there. Be careful. West of here is wasteland. There's lots of rogues out there, and they're all nasty. I can handle them, but it's always a tough fight. Too tough. How are you doing running the farm? Our crops are as good as anyone's around here. So, bad. The rogues have learned to leave me alone, or they get punished. My main problem is keeping the serviles under control. What's happening with the serviles? They're terrified. Rogues scare them, really scare them. Even though I'm here to protect them. I have tools to keep them in line, though. Sometimes I have to be a little harsh, but it is necessary. Ugh. Seems cruel to me, especially since they didn't choose to stay with you. Syphar is a common, and he is not sure why a shaper would say something like that. Shapers are generally unconcerned with the feelings of serviles. He chooses to stay safe and say nothing in response. Like, we could basically be feeling him out to murder him. Oh, I see. You like the serviles then. Time to murder. God, the shapers are... really nails how great the shapers are. What a lovely society we have. Hello. That is a lot of chests and such. Ugh. Yeah, I want to know what's in here. What we got? This is a textbook of magic, marked, from the library of Dry Peak Warrens. Syphar seems to be trying to teach himself some magic. Since he's not studying shaping arts, it's probably legal. You flip through the book, hoping to find something interesting. You quickly digest the contents of the book. You have gained more proficiency with the spell Searer. Nice. Got acid. And... ooh. A lot of gold that's not mine. His farm's doing okay. This little liar. Yeah, something that's legal under Shaper Law? Dang. It definitely seems more often than not, if you have to ask, it's illegal. And the penalty is almost always death. Okay, and that just goes to Sharon's Grove. Nice. Should probably sell all these javelins. We got a lot of them. I'm not really using them. I want to be a caster, so I'm probably not going to concern myself with them too much. read about the smelter here a few times because we've been through this area trying to fight. Serviles injured by the work in the smelters are brought here for treatment. Shapers with access to a good supply of essence could heal their wounds. Well, most of them. Fortunately, the healing and essence pools are still alive, despite not having been fed for a few months. Oh, don't get terrified and wander off. They're going to cause more things to get angry at us is the problem. No, stop. I promise it's not that bad. Yeah. Two more turns of acid. And the stun. Perfect. That's looking good. Oh. Why are you running now? And the time. Silver bar. Nice. And a whole lot of trash. Good news. I need to save. Okay, so we gotta remember, that thing helps us, but will also kill us. So do not go between it and whatever it might shoot. What do you mean I need a clear path? Is it... Are these rocks blocking it, I guess? Yeah, there we go. Doink. Now we're finally... Ooh, god damn. Ow. Finally the point where we can definitely do this mine. Just needed to actually go back and purchase the spells and equip them. Weird, having tools. Pretty good. Jump to that. You start here. This one's stunned, so I'm just gonna wait for a moment. Yeah. Hopefully. Stun again. Uh-oh. I like to back up a little. not actually sure we need to cast anything there because I think that our acid would have killed it, but I'll make sure. The box contains chisels, scales, and instruments for weighing and evaluating crystals. Some are merely decorative. Others have potential uses for magical construction. It's interesting stuff, but not useful to you. Under a pile of weights, however, you do find a small iron key. You take it. Alright. Whew. Bunch of stuff to sell. Cool. Oh, there's crystal on the ground too. Let's heal up our friend Gene here. Yeah, so we've cleared a lot of this. This way. Definitely been through here before, but we've had to retreat every time. This time, get a blessing and perfect. Ow. Well, good start. Get a stun. Alright, well at least that's good. Oh god, shielding them is not exactly what I'd like. This thing's close to dead. This is a bad spot for me. See if I can daze both of these. Good. Ooh. Ow. Unfortunate. Before I do that, let's healing pod. Then cure the acid. Back here. God, I have no healing or anything left. And our friend is against us. Nice level. It does give us some extra essence to work with, too. Thankfully. Ow. Hoping that would get him out of it. Stop hitting me, please. Okay. At least we can block it now. I think we're good. Whew. Level time, baby. 10 skill points. We've got a lot of leadership and mechanics, which is not helping us in combat, but it lets us do a lot of searching around, finding extra items, stuff like that, which I do love doing. We could... I should probably just, like, spellcraft battle magic or something, or up our battle shaping. 10 skill points. Could up all of our magic. Spellcraft is just like nice general stuff. Kind of want to just leadership mechanics, wait, get another level, and then at that point, level up like some of the shaping and such. God, it's tough. It's certainly just essence, mastery, and intellect for now. More essence would be real nice. Maybe I'm just going to do that. I'm feeling a little weak on some of that currently. And these are really high compared to everything else. Bless Thad. Ooh, 300 health. Jesus. Let's get over here. Mastery of these also, so they're less likely to turn on us. Stairs down. Interesting. If we could hit something. I dazed you, please. Get out of here. Well, stuns worked well. Dang. feel like we might be losing all the genes here. Yeah, this is definitely bumping up at the, like, max of our skill right now. One moment. Just got to get rid of this person asking for the best viewers, because I already have the best viewers. Genes in here. It's nice how conveniently placed this is. Oops, you missed that. Don't worry about it. It's really not a big deal. It's also getting really late. I understand that. And, like, this is a game where people will just sit around and listen and lurk. I don't expect, like, especially mods that I'm not paying and stuff to sit here and watch every second of this. And monitor, chat, like, within 10 seconds kind of thing. Oh, fucking goddamn it. Oh, I was going to do this before the fight. I'd like to stun this Artila. That one. Oof. Get a good heal there. Whoa, that just hit for 64? Yikes. Don't lay on the keyboard, kitty. Sorry, just 1 second. There we go. Alright, well, at least got the dazes. And now I think I just want this to not be us. Okay. Jesus Christ. Woo! Yeah, bless that. Hell of a thing. This thing we need to take on solo, I believe. Everybody was missing it. It seems awful. Cool. I have to leap away because if I try and walk away... Oh my fucking god. Alright, I thought it was stunned for longer than that. Guess I should have left a front line. This fight's nasty. I gotta pay attention. Christ. Both resisted the daze. Oof. And misstun. Oh god. This is just some bad luck too. Please stun, please stun. Fuck. Damn. I was hoping that I could actually run away from that. Apparently not. Okay, did that daze this one? No, I think that it does. Oh, ancient artillery. Oh god. That's... I see. Okay. They're all extremely nasty. This is definitely the final fight of this area. Come on. Ooh, boy. Days, please work. Oh my god. How many turns? 5? That's really good, at least. Wow, we are not rolling great. Acid. Hey, we got dazes. That's cool. So if they're dazed, hopefully, Just let this thing fucking die. Bye. Maybe? Uh-oh. Let's walk a little bit. Yes! Get out of here. Run like the coward we are. My poor, weak shaper flesh. So what were you saying about that human wave tactic? Sounds like a fun, attritional way to play. Yeah. We are in an area that's a little bit harder than we necessarily have to be. I'm pretty sure that it's trying to get us to go and, like, the game doesn't have a set order to do things in, but there's definitely ways that'll be easier than others. And I would say it's certainly trying to get us to go help out, like, Medab or whatever. And do a bunch of stuff around there. But I want to see if I can kind of sneak through that area and get to Rising. I want to uncover more of all the factions before I side firmly with somebody, which is a little silly on my part, but I like to do it. So we are trying out a challenge, essentially. Oh, that one died. I don't know if we got any experience for it. Also, can you not? That hit me. Oh, come on. I didn't look like I was anywhere near that. Nailing the whole team. Got it dazed for a turn and stun. Cool. Sit here and be healer for a little while. Dang, that's a lot of money at least. Same with here, chainmail vest. And a ruby. Oof. And more stuff on the ground. Silver ring. +1 to creation, critical hit chance. Oh, that's what we're already using. Sorry, right. Okay, dang. Vat boots, though. The vat boots are interesting. I think I'll just get rid of those. Alright. The mines are cleared. Which means... Yeah, so okay, so we consider the Servants of the Shapers, the Awakened. We're starting to get into some of the factions. Oh, right. She wanted us to go to the other side of the tunnels, and we haven't talked to Sharon again. There should have been somebody that was talking to us about the mines, though, that we can kind of like... Yeah, they're safe now. Go to the start of the Dry Peak Mines. I think we opened all of these. Yeah. Oh, it didn't go in that one, though. Let me guess. I go in here and it has like the control orb. Oh. We have enough mechanics to get in here without lockpicking. Nice. Oh, our shaper was like, wait, this is a push door, not a pull. Finally, with enough mechanics, I've realized this. Okay, so we don't know where Zora went. She left us, but she's no longer back here. So Scout Zora, I guess, is just gone. Oh, there was also the Servant Mind in here, too, wasn't there? Where is it? Is it just here? Yeah, it's on this side, not that side. Okay. Can you come with me to investigate? No. Why are you still alive, Prip? The rogues, they fear me, and they know I am not tasty, so they do not bother me. And when they do, I hurt them. Are your defenses still active? Enough for pests, yes. Okay. Little living computers. And all the different controls that we had in here, which we never did unlock. Alright. Looks like we got through the whole mine. So I'm wondering if we go back to Dry Peak, if somebody there... will talk to me about that. Alright. The servants and Zenistal's purpose. Let's go back to Dry Peak here, though. If anything, there should be Keeper Thossaler. You are the Keeper. Surely you knew something about the illegal experiments. No, Shaper. I was here long before Zachary and Barzal. I didn't know anything. I just knew they liked to slip away. I was busy taking care of the serviles. Don't hurt my serviles, please. They're innocent. They aren't experiments. No, I'm not gonna... I wouldn't do that. About Kenna. Tell me of the trouble you've been having. Started about 6 months ago. Rogues started appearing about our village, a few at first, then more. Then somehow they infiltrated the mines, killing the servile miners. The mine had to be closed. Then they attacked what little cropland we had. They infested the road up to Dry Peak. That's why the gates are closed to you when you arrived. The rogues haven't seriously threatened us yet. All they killed was crops and serviles. Yet, it's getting worse. Is there anything I can do to help? Zachary has me penned up in this village. I can help him gather information. There's one thing that would be useful. Supposedly, there's a cave west of here filled with crystal formations. Quite lovely and potentially valuable. However, we never bothered with the place due to natural magic. None of us have been out there for years. Recently, scouts have found large reptilian tracks around it. I think it might be a good place for rogues to hide out. If you explore the cave and find if there are potential foes in there, report back to me. Did you support your suspicions? No, only as guards. They didn't listen to my suspicions. Forces are in short supply, and it's just tracks after all. And why can't you mine the crystals? Ambient natural magic. It calls shades to the cave. They float around. Sometimes they threaten our miners. The crystals there aren't worth the risk. Not to us, anyway. Okay. So we already did that. I swear there was somebody that would ask us about the mines. I thought that we already had a question even. I never did go down those steps either. I forgot about that. Oh, we're here. What is this? Wow, that's a lot of living tools that we need. It's probably pretty good then. What do we got in here? The chamber contains an old, heavily used spellbook. Shapers don't write a lot of spellbooks. They give permission for several of them to be placed in Dry Peak. Then the unfortunates assigned here can learn the skills they need to operate the settlement. Using your mental training, you read the book very quickly, absorbing the instructions within. You learn a new form of weapon shaping, Guarded Lunge. When you use this ability to an attack with a sword, baton, or javelin, the attack will do more damage, shield you, and make the target vulnerable. Okay. So, stuff I'm not really using. Gotcha. I'm unlikely to do a lot of weapon shaping, considering that I'm more the caster type right now. Let's see how many I can steal. Don't think anyone saw. Nope. We're cut off. Maybe I can help. I mean, bars of iron, I'll pay you well. Ooh. Supplies, nope. Shut down. Okay. Oh wow, they ran out of money. Hey, Zombub, good to see you. Go see what there is in that stairs down in the mines. Also, what is this? Nothing. Alright, fair enough. Because, yeah, we never actually looked at these stairs. So maybe the control rod is down here? You freeze. To the south, you see a glack. This is a particularly dangerous sort of creation. Hard to make, hard to control. Luckily, it doesn't respond to your presence. It stands in the middle of the mine gallery, swaying mindlessly from side to side. Very strange behavior. These creatures tend to have a cunning, if alien, intelligence. It hasn't noticed you yet, but that may change fast if you get close. Stealth could be useful. Okay. God, Zombub. I'd like to register a complaint about our salesman Michael. He didn't do anything to give, but he gave you the vibe of someone who might do something. His customer service was too good. I don't want to have anybody too skilled doing that. Baffled Glack. That's not that. Hide here. What are you doing back here, buddy? It's Benjamin. This forgotten workshop has been occupied by a servile hermit. He is an eccentric creature. He spent a lot of time gathering interesting rocks and piling them about the room. He wanders around the room in circles, polishing and admiring the stones, and ignoring you. It is not rogue or inutile behavior. This creature is clearly touched. Eventually, he manages to notice you. Ah, visitor. Don't touch my rocks. I'm Benjamin. Leave my rocks alone. Would you like a riddle? There's a glack outside. Oh, don't worry. It just likes rocks too. Just don't get close. It's very protective. Sure, tell me a riddle. He turns toward you, a fanatical gleam in his eyes. Yes, something is definitely interfering with this creation's behavior. Listen then. I will await all at the end. I start as nothing, then I am full of nothing, then I am full. What am I? Beware, glacks don't like people who are bad at riddles. Start as nothing, then am full of nothing, then am full. Grave? A grave would make sense. The sun does not make sense at all. But a grave, like, is nothing because it's just, like, it'd be ground, and then you dig it, and it would be full of nothing, and then you would fill it, right? Stomach doesn't start full of nothing, like, doesn't start as nothing. I'm guessing grave. Benjamin laughs. Yes, you're worthy. Worthy! We can trade pretty rocks. I like metal rocks, too. I also really like rocks. Me too. Let's trade. Alright. Huh. Interesting. Benjamin has a lot of rocks. I'm liking Benjamin. We all stand Benjamin here. I like that a lot of these, he's just like, it's fine, just take them. And I will. Alright, I'm curious about this Glack fight. We've got to be able to take the Glack, right? Right? Probably. I hope it doesn't piss Benjamin off, is the only thing. Oh, yeah. Funny how easy this is compared to the stuff above. And for how much it's like, oh my god, it's a Glack. And I mean, Glacks are terrifying, but... What are you doing here? I don't know. I don't remember a lot. Came here, wandered around, knew it was a perfect place. Why did you come here? I don't know. I knew it was the right place. I felt it. So I came. Never left. When rogues bother me, my Glack eats them. Ooh, no, sorry, Benjamin. It's very old. Serviles used to work it. Then they stopped coming. Rogues came instead, but they leave me alone. Oops. Well, got rid of his guard dog. Sorry, Ben. Alright, let's go see Sharon. Because Sharon had asked us to go and check out all of the area past the secret tunnel. And then come back and talk to her. Who's the real monster? Oh, it's me. Should say to stay out of our chambers. But... shouldn't get too mad about it. Oh, hey. You flip through the book. You don't understand a word of it. It's at least a few centuries old and written in an entirely foreign dialect. It's strange, though. The sketches and notes depict something that looks like a Fiora. It seems like a book on shaping, written by a foreign people in a foreign land. This should be impossible. When you touch this book, your fingers receive a sharp shock. The energy travels up and down your arm, paralyzing it. Sharon's determined to protect her notes. Happily, you regain use of your arm. I'm gonna leave that one for now. Shaper Sharon provides you with tea as you talk. Occasionally, she checks on the villages just outside the door, making sure that her grove has no intruders. What else would you like, Shaper? Time is short, and the dangers are many. There's been illegal shaping taking place in the High Peaks. What did you know about it? Sharon shakes her head. I heard that Barzal disappeared. After that, I suspected that something was happening. It was impossible not to. You saw the Serviles and humans slipping to the northwest with supplies, books, materials. Since the changes in nature, the presence of powerful shaping. Yet, I was silent. I hoped that nothing too terrible was happening, and I did not want to reveal myself to the Shapers again. For that, I suppose, I'll pay. There will be many punishments. Can you tell me anything else about Barzal? No, I met him only briefly. Even in that short time, his ambition burned bright. I heard the stories that he was killed, but to tell the truth, I never believed that. I believed that he was one of the ones who headed northwest with all the others. To do what? I didn't know. Didn't really care. What sort of punishments will you expect? For people to engage in major shaping without the permission of the Shaper Council is both illegal and highly dangerous. The wrong sort of life form released into the world and allowed to breed could cause incredible damage. The ones here who were responsible, they will die. The ones who knew of it and did nothing, I think that will go hard for them. For us. It's harsh. Yet, the danger is so great, the council is right. Their way in this is just, even if it means my life is forfeit. I have another question. Yeah, alright. I have been beyond the tunnel. I need the aid you promised. You described the situation to Sharon. Her surprise and dismay are genuine. So that has happened. We both know the danger. In return, there are 2 things I can give you. She hands you a key. This key will let you into the woods behind my home, and into my storeroom as well. Then she hands you a bracelet. It is made of gold, and it has 5 holes in it, each the shape of a fang. This is an artifact of my creation, infused with essence. It has the ability to increase in power as the owner's valor grows. It's an odd enchantment, but it may be of use to you. Go behind my home and slay the creations there. The bracelet will absorb their power and grow stronger. But beware, some of my creations are very powerful. Thanks. Shanty has been attacked. I'm sad to hear it. Hope she's only being held hostage somewhere, still alive. Alright. I'm guessing that means that this is now... Nope. Those are still her quarters. Gotcha. So one of these doors? Hello? It's a lot of not yours. Madness gem? Huh. Mass madness. Shielding knife. Can't equip it. Minimum melee. Okay, dang. Like, damn it. That gives actual, like, physical armor and stuff. It seems pretty cool. I like that this is considered fine to take. I'll grab it. I think I just grab all of it, though. What am I supposed to do? Not steal all the stuff? So she gave me a bracelet, supposedly. Is it maybe on the ground? Because I had a full inventory. I wouldn't be surprised. It would make sense. Let's, like, get rid of one of these. On the ground. Well, there's a few things. Sharon's bracelet. Yep, there we go. good on defense as far as any of those kinds of things go. All right, I'm going to save here, and it is very late. Is that worth the skill points on next level up? That seems like a unique effect for that item slot. Oh! You meant, like, to get melee? Yeah. Eh. Yeah. Maybe? But I'm gonna stick to my guns for now. Levels are really hard to come by in this, in my experience. Like, you can finish the game at, like, like, in the first one, you can finish the game at, like, level 5. You don't need to get a whole lot of levels to actually win, in a lot of ways. And it's nice to spend the levels on, I don't know, like, you're not going to get a ton of them. You're probably, like, 20 is, like, almost 100%ing everything. So putting in a couple of points, even for, like, melee weapons, like, that's like a full level worth of points. That's surprisingly quite a bit. Like, it's no small investment. Everything takes a lot. In any case, it's very late. I should be getting to bed. It's been a nice long stream, and it's been a lot of fun hanging out with all of you. So I'm going to head to bed. I will send you over to somebody else, so don't go away. And, of course, you can always check out the full playlist on YouTube. You can always follow or check out Rough Cuts, our cool podcast that we've got with my wonderful friend Boix. Let me see who's around. Who can host you over to.